That's strange. Hello, everyone. Everfree Fire here, and I'll be honest, I just wanted to play this today. Um, we are overall not in the best mental state, and when that happens, I revert to Stardew Valley. I'm going to be honest, and being fair with why is the game so loud? Let me mute that for a moment. The game was really loud for some reason. I keep quieting it down. Um, Thank you for the resubscribe. Um, Now, obviously, we had gotten perfection in what was it? History was October, I think, of 2023. Let me check that. I actually have it up this time. I can look at that. Um, yeah, October 2023, and there's been an update since then. I did do a stream that touched on it with the farm that I had gotten perfection on stream, but between all the changes and just the fact that it bugged out on all my fish, um, and the fact that I just want to do perfection with all the new stuff. Whether or not I do it on stream is going to be a whole different thing. Um, we'll find that out one way or the other, but I'm at least going to start. I'm probably not going to be actively watching all the cutscenes because I've seen them all many times. But I will be trying to be on the lookout for changes that are uh, with 1.6, which would not have been seen on stream, and things I know were added with some of the mods that update because I'm using mostly the same mods that I did last time. I didn't add any new content mods, so I might do that actually, depending on how silly I feel like being. Because there was a time period where we were playing with an additional content mod called Ridgeside Valley, which we ended up pulling out just because just weren't feeling it. And if I add that, there's going to be a lot of extra work on this thing. But we're just going to get into it right now. I'm fairly certain I can add that particular mod just whenever I want. But we're just going to get in. And I'm watching the cutscene because I think there's actually stuff specific to this map that the mod added if you watch the introduction cutscene. And for my very special grandson on this hilariously terrible bed, have the envelope. Yeah, that's all going to be the same. I don't expect it to change until we actually get to the farm. I also hope I didn't accidentally mute all of the music in the game. I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be music here, which would be a very silly thing to have done. I'll see about that once I get actually in game. There's still sound effects, but I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be music. And I'm not hearing any, so I may have messed that up. Oh well. Many years later, should be sound here, that's for sure. I may have accidentally muted the game, or my headphones have randomly died. Everyone's favorite popping drugs worker over there. Yeah, I could see there's nothing, so I'm like, what did I mess up something here? Sound there. That's all the same. So the sound. But where's the music? So where's the game? To a point, I'm going to be trying to do this a lot off of memory and not actually using the various wikis. I know there are some things I'm not going to find without using the wikis, because, oh my goodness, there's some things I never would have found without using the wiki. Bus sounds. Either I've made it too quiet or I accidentally muted everything. There definitely should be sound effects here. Farm. It's overgrown as heck. Yes. That's all vanilla based. Oh, so I turned down the volume because the title screen was so loud, but apparently everything else is using the actual volume settings in the game. Whatever. I've been playing on the Switch and fighting with the volume too, so that should be a surprise. Hi, Lewis. Get out of my house. My house now, Lewis. Get away. That sounds much nicer with the music. The music helped a lot to this game. To me, for its relaxing nature. And especially, ironically, most of the cave's musics. That must be a map-specific thing then, because the map I had used in the last stream, which is another modded map, actually had additional conversations here with Robin. I guess because those particular things don't exist in this map, was it necessary? Someone just killed that rooster. That poor rooster. Oh, right. This one starts you with the nectarine, not seeds. That's actually fine. That's not an issue. I just forgot. So, okay. Inventory. 1 second. No, that's not right. I got better. It's Stardew. I know how this starts. So if I don't really explain what I'm doing, don't be surprised, because I've done this a lot of times already. One thing I will note between when I played this and last, I actually took the time to learn how the... You never know what I'm doing half the time. You just go off on your own, discover I've completely taken over the farm. And then spent hours fishing. Which is going to happen again, mind you, because that's how I'm going to start this farm. Pretty much. But one thing I had done between the last time and now is there is actually a sort of mod loader for this. It's not particularly good, but I've actually figured out generally how it works. So potentially if I wanted to, I could actually have this be multiplayer and have people join me in it. If I'm continuing doing this on stream, I'm not going to be waiting for people to join, but it is a potential option for later. I need more wood. I can't do it right now because there's no houses. No one can join me right now. Not the hardest thing to fix, but I'm pressing. We've been playing too many different games with different controls. I should not see that already. And I will say, they know what they're doing with it. They have played this before. I've played with them before. I hope they know what they're doing. Hey, there was a dandelion up here. It's been robbed. Someone stole my dandelion. It's very rude. Yeah, this farm that it had starts you actually with all of the fruit trees on the farm, which is an interesting way to go about it. Most of them are blocked off by necessary tools. Yeah. Like you need the iron pick and the iron axe to actually reach all of them. But it's a nice little thing that exists in this particular one. It's not what I would consider the best farm for starting out for saving money, because that goes entirely to the new 1.6 farm that specifically gives you a coop with chickens to start, which is what, 4,000 for the coop, 800 per chicken. So that's what, 5,600 gold you don't have to spend on a coop to start. And they are okay. Yeah, I already know this one hasn't changed. So it's a good way to get started if you don't want to have to deal with that immediately. Obviously, probably the base farm is still going to be the best one for starting new. I am not a new player, obviously. I have played this. Let's see. How long have I played this game? 2,474 hours. I think I can safely say I am not new to this game. Sophia, stop walking away from me. It's very rude of you. Yeah, you can see there are some added things I've added. Well, maybe you don't remember, but there's a mod that adds minecarts around. I've added mods that just make things generally less annoying for me. Well, I suppose just kind of fall under quality of life if you've played this game enough that you don't want to deal with the nonsense. I do not remember if I can actually reach the main farm from the bottom. What's up, Haley? You over there still, or have I missed my chance for that? I've missed my chance for that. The answer is technically I can make it. There we go. Made it. Wait, I need this. I need my seeds, thank you. I'd almost argue that starting on this farm is a little bit worse because you have to buy the seeds to start. But you do get the pears coming in immediately from the fruit tree, and if you can get at them fast enough, some of these, like, yeah, you can see there's a fruit tree here, that's a fruit tree. I know if I go down this way, there is somewhere down here, there's an apple tree here. They're all blocked by stumps and things like that, so... that could, yeah, there's a fruit tree there. And the farm's not small. It's going to take me a while to get everything going. There's a fruit tree up in there. There's a fruit tree down in here. Pretty sure there's a fruit tree up here somewhere. Yeah, I have done stuff on this farm. This is not going to be completely, I've never touched 1.6, because obviously when 1.6 came out, I played a lot of it. Just not on stream. I do need to get more wood. How am I doing on energy? That's 2 trees. Do I have enough wood for a chest, or do I have to scavenge right now? Well, I'm eating the pear. I need more wood. Oh, right, the joys of starting a new farm and not having the magnet ring. Forgot about that. No, 7, 5, 3. Did I make it? Did I make it so I could get to the river? Did I mess myself up here? Okay, I can reach the river. That would have been a really dumb mistake. Find all the stuff I hate you. No, of course I'm going to fish in this. There's entire skill around it. Makes a lot of money at the beginning of the game. No, the dumb mistake would have been making it so I couldn't refill my water. Uh, don't care, don't care. Do I want this? Yeah, I'll keep that on me right now. Yeah, the problem with not having access to the fruit trees right at the start is that you end up with a situation where you're basically wasting the fruit, but not a lot you can do about that. Bigger backpack, fishing trip. Not a lot new to start the game, but that's perfectly fine. Uh, Thank you, anonymous gifter, for the gift sub. Thank you. Oh. 2, 3, 4. That should be more than enough wood for what I need. Alright, yeah. You craft a chest. Oh, that's what you're doing. Thank you for the hype train. Whoa. Okay. Just throwing away your eggs. I see how it is. I'm not going to complain about a free large egg, though. Wait, was that a random that got you Alnus? Because that was a random shot. That's an amazing shot. Hi, Andy. Bye, Andy. Yeah, that's an amazing shot. Hi, Sophia. Bye, Sophia. Oh, right, that puts me down here. That's not helpful. Thank you for the fishing rod. Now give me a different fishing rod. When I first learned about this particular fishing rod, I didn't really see what the value in it was. After using it a lot more, I appreciate it, actually. It's actually a really solid, especially if you're not good with fishing. It does start you with a larger bar, but just in general, even though you don't get the better fish, at least for the starting point, it's like, again, the difference is I'm used to the fishing. I didn't think much of it, but it still works very well. Like I've basically entirely changed how I do the early fishing from what I had done before, between grabbing this and then I will actually not get buy the last rod you can get. Thank you for the gift sub to Pluto Wolfian, who I don't know who that is, but enjoy the sub. Thermonuclear gift shots, huh? And the goal is to try and get to level 2 as fast as I can. I doubt I will get as lucky as I did on my Switch one, where in the process of fishing, I also picked up 40 bait, which was lucky. That makes it a lot lucky, because it makes fishing faster just in time for the first rain. I don't think I'm getting that lucky. I don't. Oh yeah, it's not even a good luck day. Hey. I need to actually pay some attention to what I'm doing with the community center. I'm not going the JoJo route. I know I did the community center last time. I prefer the community center. Unless for some reason people really want me to go the JoJo route. It's not my preferred way of doing things. Come on. Catch the fishies. You'd think with the fishing with the mouse and fishing with the controller would be about the same. It's weirdly not. The part that may be just because my controller randomly decides I don't feel like connecting anymore and ignores my button presses while I'm fishing. Which, if this mouse does that, I'll be very pissed off because this is a wired mouse now and I should not be disconnecting. Thank you for another gift sub. I do actually know who that is. I know. I know who it is. Yay, bait. I don't know if I'm going to have enough money. It's fine if I don't get quite high enough. There is actually a cutscene that was added in 1.6 that I've already missed the chance to get. If you pick up the fishing rod but never fish during all of spring, at the end of spring, Willie will show up at your house, give you the training rod, and give you a free level in fishing. Basically saying, please fish. I'll help you. Fishing is good for you. Which, again, is nice to people who don't particularly like fishing because, like, the training rod obviously helps, but the free levels also just gets you moving in the right direction. There are obviously other ways you can get experience, but it's a push in the right direction to sort of help you along the way that the game didn't have before. I've never personally seen it because the idea of me not fishing for an entire month in this game is hilarious. And unfortunately for a certain challenge I had started and just kind of sitting on right now, there is a challenge idea where you, yeah, no close to that. The idea is that you never leave the farm. I think the general goal is to earn 1 million gold. With the right farm, you can actually level everything up except fishing. Until 1.6. 1.6 has added a way to actually level up fishing on the farm where you never actually get a fishing rod. And so if you're patient enough, you can get level 10 fishing without ever using a fishing rod. It is not high on my list of recommended ways to go about fishing. Especially since if you can leave the farm, the simplest thing would just be to get a fish pond and throw a fish in there that you get randomly. Since you're guaranteed to always catch your first fish, you just make a fish pond. No, I suppose you have to fish to make a fish pond, but catching seaweed isn't that hard. That's fair. There are mods that help with that. I actually do technically have one installed. I don't use it because I don't find fishing hard. That's just my way of doing it. But there is, and I can show real quick if I can remember the buttons for it. This button? Yeah. This is the cheat mod. It does exactly what it sounds like. But one of the things you can actually do, and there are mods for this, I actually want to turn that on because I hate this. You could set it so that you instantly catches the fish. And if, like, that's not a thing you can do in vanilla, obviously. But if you're doing modded, there are plenty of mods to change how the fishing works. And if you, like, this just makes it so the tackles don't wear out. This is mostly just, to me, a quality of life thing. I don't do the rest of these because I just don't necessarily think they're necessary for myself. I'm not going to say, no, you can't use this. I know playing with my siblings, I believe they had some of them on for that. Just because, A, I do all the fishing anyway, so it literally never mattered. And B, we've gotten perfection as a group before. And playing another farm, it's kind of at that point where it's like, yes, we've done this. I'm cool with that. I don't want to do that again. You go in there. Well, it's actually not, because you actually get more experience per fish in general than you do per rock. Obviously, there's a difference between catching it and not between a rock, but you see I've got this mod that is actually popping up the experience game. Once I unlock the mine on day 5, I'll go on a run into it, and I will show you the difference in general experience. Like, I've picked up 2 levels today from fishing just by using this fishing rod and catching fish. I have not been counting how many fish I've caught. It's about 20 or so. But Each fishing attempt at base is going to be 8 energy to fish. It goes down as you level up until it ends up being 7. Like that one was 26 experience for 8 energy. You don't get that from basic rocks in the mine. Gems and ores obviously will give you better experience, but so will better fish. I'm actually losing out on a bunch of experience because I'm not getting higher quality fish, which is fine for this. What is this luck with the fish today? With the drops. Excellent. Wow. Pick that up. There you go. The problem with that is, again, early coal is useful. Use energy for that cast? Okay. Because you don't really get to the point where coal is convenient to get, you get deeper in the mines. Which reminds me, I have to remember to do something on the 4th. I mean, that's fair. And honestly, that's part of why playing with a group can be more fun, is that you can do things like this. Like, obviously, I'm sitting here fishing, because that's generally what I end up doing a lot. None of you actually matter right now. But did I just not grab any of this stuff? Oh, right, because I would have warped in from... I never got on this part of the thing. Whoops. But in multiplayer, because you can share what you're doing, stat-wise, obviously you don't. In order to get your stats level, you have to do it yourself. But especially in the early game, if you have someone who likes mining, that's great. You can literally... God damn it. You can legitimately just have someone, the moment the mines open up, you send them down. And that also takes care of the issue of upgrading tools, because if you're upgrading one player's pick, the other player has a pick. Just give your pick to them. Yeah. And we do that when I was playing with my siblings, that's what we did too. We kind of did aim for specific things. Like, obviously I would go, my eventual thing for fishing, I don't think you can actually see them right now, is I would get the fishing do more this, farmer rancher, for instance. Mining's kind of whatever. You can have one person be the forage specific one, which gets the double quality, then hi bot, bye bot, double quality, then double quantity, then guaranteed purple quality. Well, one person gets you get extra wood from cutting trees, which is very useful. Fishing, one person ends up getting the... what we ended up doing, because there was 3 of us, we'd have one person with a pirate for getting more treasure chests, which was generally me, because I did most of the fishing. One person would get the boost to fish selling price, because that is universal. As long as someone has it, everyone gets that bonus. And then the other person grabbed the crab pots don't need bait. Less required now with some of the... I am willing to open this up to multiplayer. Like, obviously, I've done the first few days. Like, I could potentially just start over and do multiplayer. There is setup involved because this is modded. But I've made a collection on CurseForge. CurseForge? Nexus Mods. Sorry, Nexus Mods. And Nexus Mods has a launcher called Vortex. You would install Vortex, and then should just be able to download my collection and be able to have all the mods. From what we could tell, Kara and I were working on it, but we've never actually played together. You would not be able to join this farm immediately, but it's early enough that if you wanted to join now, I wouldn't care about starting. I would, because otherwise they would reach the point where I could just throw in a house. You would be behind on like experience and stuff, because obviously I'd be later on in farm. Or again, I could just start over with a fair enough. Could just start over anyway, because I don't mind doing the start of this. There is some luck involved, but I don't, generally speaking, I don't mind starting. I have so many farms. But yeah, I would not mind doing a multiplayer start. It's just, right now with this farm, while I'm okay opening it to multiplayer, I don't want to be me waiting on people to play, if that makes sense. Now, if we plan on a multiplayer and just like, okay, let's set aside, say, Sunday, for example, where people can get together and all do Stardew every week, that would be fun. But at least for today, I'm just playing. I want a chance to play. If anyone wants to join with multiplayer, I'm okay with going through the setup, but that ends up being more of a planning things out properly thing. One of the come on, another bad luck day? One of the mods I have on that I'm kind of not going over is actually sort of in the background, just pulling the pears off the tree. That's again just a case of I have done this so many times. I'm not going to deal with things like that. I have the automate mod. I'm just going to let that work. Give me that. And I'm purposely not using the trainer rod because that can't catch the fish I'm after today. Also, if we do this multiplayer, I'm not adding Ridgeside to the group of mods. That's like, Ridgeside's an interesting mod, don't get me wrong. That's a lot of stuff added. Like, Stardew Valley Expanded adds stuff. That mod adds, like, what, 18, 20 new characters, I think? It's an entirely separate map. It does have its own story, which the story's kind of interesting. I do enjoy it. But, it's not something I just throw people into. Yeah, you can see now that I have a smaller bar fishing because the trainer rod does kind of give a case where it basically sets your fishing the bar size as if you were level 5. Which again helps with people wanting to fish. If there are people that do not stand, if we do a multiplayer, there are people that don't like fishing, I am okay with allowing the automatically catch cheat on. I don't mind that. I am not allowing people to have the rest of the automatics on because those are cheaty as hell. Like, I suppose the automatic distance one isn't a huge deal. It does get you higher quality fish, but it's just like, if you're even remotely good at timing, it's not difficult. Oh, they're great fun. They are. I'm not going to show it today because I'm actually specifically fishing for a rarer fish for more money. And I'm not going to cheat on that. Um, but basically, the idea is you click once, you automatically cast to the furthest lake, immediately you can click again, catch the fish, and guarantee a treasure chest every time. That's a bit much. No. I do want at least one catfish. Okay, it's not the worst bit of technical cheating I have in this. That would be the silliness you can get up to in the tractor. That is going too far. The tractor mod allows for a lot of nonsense. And while I'm okay with the tractor mod because at its base, it's not. I'm ignoring the item spawner. That's the straight up cheating. Um, at its base, the tractor mod it's another way to sort of automatically do things. I'm just going to miss this fish entirely. Like an actual proper farm sim, I've never tried one. Like, you mean the actual farming simulator game? I've never actually tried it. I don't know what it's like. I'd be willing to try it. That's fair. But the tractor mod specifically, it is the 3rd of spring. Wow. I can't plant this yet. It's the 3rd of spring, though. Also, that makes 11 iron I've picked up just from fishing. Where's my copper game? Yeah, that's fair enough. I've just never had it. I've never tried it. I'd probably enjoy it just because it's the sort of thing I'd end up having fun with. Okay, I do need at least one catfish, please, game. I need to see what mod does that. I wonder if I can turn that off. Yeah, we can do that. Obviously not now, but later. Yeah, we can do that. I think I've seen it played, and again, it seems like something I would probably enjoy, just because, I mean, the types of games I tend to enjoy, the things I tend to do when playing these games anyway. Um, Me playing Minecraft and giant random fields of whatever the hell I'm doing at the time. Or the incident that made me become the bunny cultist leader. Being bored and breeding rabbits in Minecraft tends for some very strange conversations. I'll just put it that way. No! Goddamn catfish. I will be doing dives into the mine because I do want to actually get to the. I mean, that's fair enough. Um, but I do want to get to the point where I can get iron specifically for tool upgrades because, as I mentioned, all the fruit trees are on the farm, but they're all blocked by either the big stones, stumps, or the logs, which require iron pick, copper axe, and iron axe. I will need a gold pick at some point because there is a meteorite on the farm blocking access to um, Grandpa's shack. Um, that's a modded thing. It was on the other farm, the farm I did last time, but it's in a different spot here and harder to get to, which is probably a good thing. Because honestly, Grandpa's farm a little bit strong. Oh god, I need to get Grandpa's farm immediately. I have an ancient seed already. Yeah, I. Ooh, wow. That's actually a train of thought I wasn't thinking about. Probably won't actually save the seed for the greenhouse just because it's better off getting it planted. Then get like if I plant it now, which I'm not going to, there's a risk for a crow eating it. If I plant it now, it would be grown by near the start of summer, and then I'd get 7 fruit out of it. Um, which I could turn into seeds, and by the time I unlock the greenhouse, I can start putting those into oh that was a bad time. And I could turn those into seeds. Presumably I will have level 9 farming by then to um get back into the greenhouse. And it's better to have the 7 seeds than the um 1, obviously. Or however many you get, because you don't it's not just 1 seed, it's oh man, these catfish don't want me to catch them. I'm having terrible luck with it. Maybe I should have stayed home. Yeah, I'm fairly certain the mods keep up with it, but I believe you can have up to 8 players in multiplayer now. The weird thing is, if slash when I do a proper multiplayer, I actually want someone else to be the host. And that sounds weird, but there are a lot of cutscenes that only at least there used to be. I don't know if this has been fixed. There are cutscenes that only trigger for the host player. And I'd rather someone who is actually interested in seeing them to be the one actually able to see them. In particular, I know that there is a cutscene involving when you first meet Camilla, I think that's her name, that only the host can see. It causes problems for later things, Also, high ad's about to start. And maybe that's a weird train of thought, and I could just host it anyway if people don't care. But it's a chance for people to actually see the cutscenes. And there is also a mod I've added. Can I see the mod list from here? Oh, hi. 1 second. Yeah, there we go. So I turned that off because there's actually a book that does that now, and it feels a little cheaty having it there when the game has its own way of doing it now. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm just weird. Terrible day for fishing, apparently. Yeah, I think I'm done fishing. Okay on money, not great. I don't think I can get to Sophia at this point. I'm gonna wait till ad break's over. Oh yeah, 9 o'clock. There's no way Sophia's open. Yeah, oh well. Andy's still here at least? Yes, yes. Oh yeah, I haven't been actually talking to everyone. Most of these people don't know who I am. Definitely need to get to. Tomorrow is going to be a definite case of around town chores. So gotta drop all of these off to the museum. May as well break that open. I have to pick up the sword. Oh, sure. Now I get a good luck day. I see how it is. Oh, that's the house. New fishing pole doesn't matter. Welcome back from the ads, whoever had to watch them. Train of thought I had in regards to doing multiplayer is I have wanted to do multiplayer with people who haven't played the game much and basically be not necessarily like telling people what to do, but being able to enable them to do things, if that makes sense. Which again is one of those things that fishing actually does really good at, is that I can, if I spend all my time fishing, that doesn't stop other people from fishing. Obviously, you can fish wherever. But it also makes sure that there's money being earned to... lose my train of thought. So that if people want to do other things, there are other things that can be done. Like, it would make sure that there is money for people upgrading tools, getting housing upgrades, getting anything on the farm, basically. And, like, it's actually tempting to do it where I don't get involved with any of the, like, the community center. I haven't unlocked in this one. But I don't actually try to gather anything for the community center so that other people can do that sort of stuff. I don't know if that would be fun for everyone to play that way, where I basically only enabling people to play more, or play with less stress, I guess. Because again, playing with the siblings, that's basically what I did. The game's always got a little weird when I wasn't the one fishing. It certainly felt weird from my point of view. But again, it kind of depends on what people are comfortable with. As Lily said, she likes doing dives into the cave. But you really, at the start, you really can only have one person in the cave at a time. I can't throw anything else away. Well, you can have multiple people, but then they're kind of splitting the EXP, and it's just kind of whatever. Obviously, later on, you get the Skull Cavern and the Volcano Mine as options for multiple people doing mining. And honestly, I've completely lost my train of thought. What was I going on about? Yeah, I lost my train of thought completely there. I suppose it's something to discuss with potential people doing multiplayer. You can actually do multiplayer where each person has their own money. I don't, like... I guess on a bigger farm map that can be done. I just don't particularly think that's a fun way to play if you're playing with people, because you're not really playing with people, if that makes sense. Now, you can share money back and forth. I'm not going to do this way, because I need an inventory space open, and I have way too much stuff on me. There's something to think about in general, because there are options that are designed more towards multiplayer. Like, there's an option where you actually earn less money for selling things, which I've done single player. That was a dumb idea. The dumbest idea. Don't do that. Never play single player with the things sell for less. It's a terrible idea. It does make things buy for less, but that's only for okay. Things you buy in, like, Piers and presumably Goja. I didn't try them. Alright, forgot I was doing this. But the idea is when multiplayer, you've got more people, you've got more money coming in. It makes sense to earn less money. Does this still work? Yeah, it does. Okay. Well, that, again, that's kind of what are you more comfortable doing sort of thing. It's probably not worth it if you're going for perfection, just because of the 10 million required for the golden clock. What do you want? I mean, I can pick that up. Save myself hassle for the mines, because I hate going in the mines with no inventory space. Caroline, are you? Yeah, you're not there. That tells me you're near back. Well, it just feels weird for some reason. Yeah, I turned that. Like, the thing that's interesting about the multiplayer, again, going back on that train of thought, is who gets the backpacks actually matters a lot. Because generally speaking, I will want whoever's going in the mine to get the backpack. But that may not be the same opinion that everyone else has. That's fine. But it's just one of those it's one of those trains of thoughts that sort of exist. I'm going to clean out my backyard. There's actually no particular reason to clean out my backyard. Like, either way, if /when multiplayer is done, that's going to be things discussed with the people doing multiplayer with, because a lot of this is, I don't want to force how I play on other people. Because obviously, I have a lot of playtime in this game. There's no two ways around it. And by this point, I am fairly used to doing things a specific way. And if I'm forcing other people to do it that way, that's less fun for them, in my opinion. Like right now, like in my head, I'm already planning on how generally I'm likely to do things, because I know that. Did I talk to Sophia today? No. I know that. Getting money for tools, trying to save up money for getting strawberries. If I can get away with it, being able to buy sprinklers for all those strawberries from Sophia because that's in the mod, which would require more fishing. It's kind of like, I know this is a good goal to aim towards as a base value. And if I'm controlling the money like that, that's a problem. Obviously, if we do it where everyone has their own money, that's no longer quite the same issue. But again, that runs into the whole I don't think that's a fun way to play multiplayer. Now, obviously, if you're doing like some sort of head-to-head multiplayer thing where you're going against someone more than with, that works out fine. That's not how I like doing multiplayer in the first place. Well, Sophia, are you someone I can talk to? Yes, you are. Mood. Nope, nope. Give me that. Right, we're talk to you. Like, even now, I'm doing things that I'm just used to doing without thinking about it because I'm not, like, talking to everyone consistently. Because that's one of the things you do need to do at some point. Is that you need to be, for perfection at least, you need max friendships with everyone, which means you have to talk to them. I'm terrible at that. Like, there are times where, like, at least for vanilla, I used to know a route where you could actually meet everyone. Idiot! I've got the second bar of. Anyway, I used to know the path where you could meet everyone by day 2. You can't finish it by day 1 because you can't get Willie before he shows up on day 2. But I actually used to know the path for doing that. I've actually kind of completely forgotten it because it's kind of. I don't want to say necessarily boring to do it that way. I just don't particularly like doing it that way. And while it's effective for certain things, hey, it's just not how I do it. But if you're doing multiplayer though, you don't need everyone to like everyone for perfection because perfection is shared. Based on my god, my train of thought. Like if like one of the things for perfection, just for example, is catching all the fish. If I have caught all the fish, no one else has to for that group to earn perfection. Which is useful if people don't like fishing, obviously. My chest is getting full of stuff. You. Okay. You. Oh. Won't know what else I need until later, and I'm okay with that. I suppose technically now I can get infinite charcoal, but I still think the charcoal kiln is not useful. I still think it's a bad investment. It has some uses, just overall, I don't think it's a good investment. I get my cat already. Didn't think I'd earned enough money for that. Of course I want a cat. This is again a cutscene that only the main person can see. It's another one of those less of an issue moments because, well, at this point, it's less of an issue just because of the fact that, added in 1.6 is the ability to get more than one pet on the farm. So it takes a while to get to that point. So everyone could have their own pet that they've named themselves. That first one just has to be the owner of the farm. Not a huge deal in that particular one. Just generally speaking, from my experience, you don't get max pet friendship until early fallish, and it does cost money to get new pets. I mean, that Mega Bomb is tempting, but not really necessary. And I'm focusing on Sophia and Andy again because with the mod, once they are high enough friends with you, which is relatively early, Andy sends you a couple strawberry seeds, which can get started early. Sophia sends you a sprinkler and lets you start buying sprinklers, which is incredibly useful. Speaking of Sophia and sprinklers, I did do enough to get the cutscene here. We have learned from experience that you do not skip this cutscene. One of the things I did add to the mod list for dealing with multiplayer, that it's something we ran into that I kind of wish I had looked into before. There's a mod that if everyone is in a point where the time would stop, like in a cutscene, time does not continue, for instance, in multiplayer it does. I found a mod where if everyone's at a point where the time has stopped, time stops. So if someone gets a cutscene that they actually want to watch, everyone else can literally just go into a menu and time will pause. Now, that's not necessarily as fun for the other people. I just think it's fair for people who actually want to see things. Sophia outside at this point. Not yet. Oh, no. Don't see her. Doesn't matter. I got my sprinkler. Found her. She's over there somewhere. What do we got? Assuming it doesn't rain tomorrow, that's not particularly difficult. If it rains tomorrow, I'm just going to laugh. Wait, I need to do something. I'm wasting time that I could be spent in the mines, but I want to get these things taken care of. This cutscene I can safely skip. No matter how many times I start this game over, I will always remember my first time doing Stardew Valley Expanded, where the NPC friendship was bugged, and people wouldn't like me, so they wouldn't give me the cutscenes to give me things. So I spent day after day after day trying to get Sophia to like me so she'd give me a sprinkler. So much wasted time doing that. Bye, Linus. Bye, Linus. It's a weird spot to put a minecart. That's one mod I may actually take out. I haven't decided. I'll probably leave it in just because it's not a huge deal one way or the other. I just don't tend to think about it. Thank you for the sword I shall never use. Yeah, just for example, on the experience, you only get experience from the basic rocks if they drop like ore or coal or something. These rocks here will always give you experience. All right, how silly are we starting? That's perfect. It's also why you do tend to see when I'm in the mines, I will go for these rocks to start. Just because they actually give experience guaranteed. They take more to break. Honestly, to guarantee experience, that's not necessary. And obviously, once you get a better pick, it's even less of a problem. I'm sorry, backpack shirt? No. I'll keep the shirt on. Would like to get to level 10 in the mines before the day's done. This is that point that Mega Bomb would have been helpful, but yeah. Funny as it would be, it's not worth spending 500 gold on a Mega Bomb this early. Oh, Topaz, okay. Topazes aren't the most useful gem to get. And my biggest worry about multiplayer is actually the risk of having too many people and not having enough stuff to do. Because, like, I kind of break down what there is in terms of, like, available things to. There's mining and combat. There's, fishing, and I kind of put farming and foraging together, personally. Because unless you've got like an absolutely massive farm, which generally speaking you probably don't first thing, whoever does the farming is going to run out of things to do very quickly. So usually they either end up fishing or dealing with foraging stuff. And you kind of run out of things to do after that point, especially if people don't like fishing. It's sort of going to be a case of we'll figure things out when we come to it again, though. And yes, I'm going to be spending a lot of time thinking about potential ways to do multiplayer because of thoughts in my head, and it's just kind of stuck there. This is my first day in the mines! I'm not using that club. I don't care. I hate clubs. I don't care that clubs are technically the best weapon in the game. You're not funny, game. I don't like clubs. Here's a second club. You're not funny, game. I gotta get back to town so I can get to Clint before he goes to bed, which should have plenty of time. It's a day of the week ending when Y, so he's going to be, Should I be concerned that a femur has lights and electro dance music? Did it have the lights and electro dance music while it was inside someone's body? Like, just imagine waking up one day and you've got a rave going on in your leg. How would you even react to that? Actually, try to remember not to... Abigail, are you okay? Okay, now you're walking. It has been a long time since we saw that. And yes, we have actually seen that. There are movies we've seen. At this point, I feel like that's probably a surprise to you. Let's see, I'm missing the grandparents. I'm missing the kids. I'm pretty sure I caught Haley. Why is everyone's walking in it? Where are your feet? Oh, they're there. It's been a while. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Hopefully this doesn't come back to bite me. Oh. Look, we've seen some movies. Scarecrow, get the mining level. And... Okay. I was going to be so annoyed if it was raining. Hi, Clint. Don't care. I do care. I just don't want to watch the cutscene. Motives. You want to make slimes. Those are not happening in the same place. Sorry. Just furnace. Definitely have to clear off the path to that sooner or later. I forgot to water the cat. Good thing the cat can't die. I feel very behind money-wise, but I did buy the backpack, so I can't really be that surprised. Wizard, I wish to partake in your magical drugs. As far as I know, this cutscene has not changed. I'm just gonna... Let's see. Spring, forest, exotic. That's not too bad. Not. That's easy enough. You know what? I'm fine. Where is this point? May as well try for a fish I will almost entirely forget about if I don't go for it immediately. Oh, that's awkward. Haven't run into that problem before. From this side? Are you serious? Apparently it is. Well then. That was a lot of wasted energy. It's a really stupid place to fish for what I'm doing. I know I need you to anyway. And you're right there. I actually thought I was going to be too close to do that. I need a sunfish. Watch me not catch a single one. Actually, that'd be some pretty bad luck if I didn't catch a sunfish. Case in point. What's Sophia, right? Yeah, it's Sophia. Okay. Sorry, Willie, you're definitely not getting a potato from me. I know it was a requested thing, but I feel like someone just charging at you with a fish in their hands would be a little bit terrifying. Don't know why. The music just play on beach. Oh, I haven't met Maru yet. That's who I'm forgetting. It's a weird one to be missing, but... I think that's all at this point. Nope, I'm missing 3 people. Who am I missing besides Maru? How did I forget Caroline? Legitimately, how did I forget Caroline? I like how I have this. I have this thing I can pop up and go, oh look, Caroline's not here. I don't use it. I just run straight into the shop to look for her. think I've ever had Maru be the last person I need to talk to for that quest. Quest is also a funny one when you start adding mods because all the modded characters get added onto it. Again, with the rich side that we had tried, that was a lot of characters that got thrown on at once. Okay, so you, you. So not the daffodil. I just realized I've forgotten some things. Ah, interesting number there. Maru is at least an easy person to track down. Usually it's Elliot or Sebastian who are both a bit of a nuisance. All right. That first one is the one that can be annoying, can be simple. Let's find out. Spring. Oh, ick. Ick. Rare brewer animal. I suppose rare isn't really a problem. We've got the ancient seed planted. But still, ick. Oh, what's the fish one? Specialty. Okay. Specialties. Brewery, though. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, I don't think I can. I don't know. I also need to be right back. Sorry about this. Sorry about that. I need my axe because I need more wood. I think I didn't use all my energy fishing because that would have been hilariously unfortunate. One thing, with the existence of this particular farm map, it brought up something that I had done once a while back that I was tempted to do again with this farm adding it. I had a run where I decided that I was only going to sell fruit from fruit trees. And if you've ever looked in on that, that's a terrible idea. Don't do it. This particular farm, though, actually gave it a chance to potentially work. Because, A, it starts you with fruit trees, so you're not scrounging around for the thousands of gold you need to get started. But the mod also adds not technically a fruit tree, but a tree that works like a fruit tree that grows money. Now, they have wisely left that behind it being at least a little bit difficult to get. This doesn't go left. Which is, like, fair. You don't want a tree that grows money in perpetuity to be easy to get at. Okay, what would be better served? Depends on if it rains or not tomorrow, I suppose. Oh, weather report, what sayest thou? It'll be clear and sunny. Okay. No real point in seeing the park because I do not have the money. So I do need to buy something because I need thing. Yes, I need thing. Very useful. Green beans. I don't need green beans. Thinking about it. So at the very least, there is a way to get a free one if I can remember how that triggers. Oh, it's Sunday. I won't think Caroline will be out of her own time. Well, I mean, I was going in there anyway, so okay. Wanted someone to do exactly what you're going to do anyway. I think I can handle that. It's not 15 experience for growing that up. That's amazing. Hi. Actually, you killed 10 because I need to kill more for the initiation quests. That's only going to be tracking for the board quest. That tells me I need to swap those. Because if I'm automatically aiming for the 2 button to draw my sword, that needs to be my sword. I was thinking about something and I've forgotten what I was thinking about. That's really annoying. It had to do with the mines. I know it did. That's just gonna bother me now. Not really doing anything that matters, so I'll just let the ads roll. Well, I say let as if I have any choice in the matter. The ads roll whether I will them to or not. Give me a crab. That's a bomb, not a crab. There is a difference between those two things. But I can't be too upset if the crab doesn't know the difference between a crab and a bomb. I still wonder why those things drop bombs in the first place. It's day 7. What the hell is going on with the seed? Oh, you absolute troll of a staircase. Yeah, this has been a pretty lucky day in the mines, I suppose. Should have a subfloor 20 diamond as a drop from an enemy. Well, I wish the random lag wouldn't happen, but I haven't figured out why it does, and for the most part, it doesn't actually matter. I wonder if you have the level to do that, technically. Hmm. Far enough for that? No. That's pretty. This is a dumb idea, but I know what floor is next. I have a bit of time and no energy. Well, now I know it's trolling me. Okay, that wasn't too bad getting through. end up being worthwhile. It's not terrible. I can pick up my copper on the way out, grab the stairs that I already know are there. Overall, I'd say that worked out fairly well. Did miss some copper on the last floor. Still got a decent amount, though. I don't know. I've got a decent amount of coal. Oh, right, because there's mine carts. Of course, I've got a decent amount of coal. That's what it was. There is an interesting. I don't know if it was fixed. I don't think it was. There's an interesting quirk in multiplayer that there are the minecarts that are on the map who aren't. Well, what they're supposed to do is they get emptied. Then every year they will regain the coal in them. For some reason, in multiplayer, that's true for whoever the host is, but not for the farmhands. It regenerates every day. So if you know where they spawn, like I know for a fact there's always one on floor 12, 52, and 92, you can grab coal fairly easily if you need it. This isn't really that overall broken, just because there are ways to get coal relatively easily anyway, and there'll eventually be a point where you're just absolutely swimming in coal that you don't need. I feel like it was a mistake going this way. Too late to fix that mistake. I do appreciate the early magnet ring, though, on the chest. I would prefer the light ring, just because I hate working in the dark in this game. But at least it's a ring. It's raining tomorrow. Don't. No. Yeah, no, that is telling me tomorrow's weather. Why am I checking? Because I'm forgetting how this works. Well, of course, being that I don't actually have a lot of money right now. I think I'm going to be better served fixing that right now. I've also realized I completely forgot about talking to Andy. Definitely could have done better on getting these sets. That cutscene has not changed. I do not need to watch it. I'll be picking up some strawberry seeds tomorrow with that. Shane always feels so annoyed at my existence when I talk to him first thing in the morning when you're just starting. Now, Shane reacts like that in general, but it's funny doing it first thing in the morning. It's just like, what do you want? Okay, that was technically a 1.6 cutscene, and I shouldn't have skipped it. Whatever. That's just teaching you that this thing exists. Thank you for the carrot seeds that I actually didn't need, because I haven't found any yet. Need Caroline to like me a little bit. Yeah, that was my first gift. Yeah, that's me in general, just kind of forgetting to deal with NPCs the first year. I've done better with it before, just... Oh, no, this is an important cutscene. It's not new, but it's important. Of course, I'm gonna pet Dusty. Look how proud he is. Very important cutscene, that one. And I've forgotten what I was saying. Entirely. Oh well. And here we are, back to fishing. I wonder how weird it'd be to do a run to try and get perfection without ever actually fishing. Because you can still get... perfection without actually doing all the perfection steps. There's a way that's been done, that's been added. But cutting out fishing does cut out quite a bit of things. Like, there are some things you can only get via fishing chests that I'm aware of. Getting to level 10 fishing would be a bit of a royal pain in the ass. Apparently it's a bad luck day. Okay. I suppose just to show what this is like, if I have these three on, this is fishing. It's a bit silly. I'm not concerned with doing it once or twice just to show it. There is a point later I will use it, only because the alternative is just pointlessly grindy. And I just think it's excessive. Excuse me. Because in the fall, whatever the festival is for that one, not the Halloween one, but the other one, there is something you can get for the star coins. And one of the ways to earn the star coins is by the fishing minigame. That's how I usually do it. For some reason, there was an item added that cost 9,999 star tokens, which you collect a couple hundred at a time if you fish normally. It's so much faster just to keep. And it's not even, like, it's not anything super important. It's a furniture catalog. It's decor. So it's like, why would I want to spend all... And I've done the whole grind it out before properly. It's very tedious. And I just don't... Like, luckily there's no time limit, so you could spend all day doing it, but especially in multiplayer, just cheat. Unless everyone thinks that's a bad idea, save yourself the time. I don't think there's even a way to just key in the star tokens. You have to earn them. You know, if I could get level 5 fishing by the end of the day, but I don't think I'm going to make it. Especially if I do stupid things like that. Right. Not been sleeping the greatest in the world, so not surprised me yawning. It's funny what stress can do to you. The thing I'm tempted to do that's really random is see if there's a mod that gives you a way to get seaweed easier. And I know that sounds really weird, but for some reason, seaweed is... Like, you can only catch it in the ocean. I don't do a lot of ocean fishing in general, but ends up being needed for a lot. And it's one of those things that when I need it, I never have. So I'm wondering if there's a mod that makes it not necessarily like a cheaty way of doing it, just an easier way to get more. I have a feeling the answer is no, because that's such a niche worry. Probably won't bother looking, because then I'd have to re-deal with the collection. Bum, bum, ba-da, ba-da, bum. You are a weird fish. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting level 5 fishing today. That's fine. Hi, Sebastian. How you doing up there? I need to get close, though. And I'll take that. Or I could have gotten both perfect and the treasure chest, but at this point, the treasure chest just seems more. Eh. At this point, it's questionable which one would be more useful. Perfect would get me more experience and better price for the fish, but the treasure chest gets me chance for more stuff that can be useful. I just generally go for the chest because you just never know what's going to be in them. Yeah, I'm not getting 150 experience of two fish. That's just not happening. Oh, okay, random bounce off the bottom. Well, that's good use of the last fishing attempt, failing miserably. So, yes, I need you to stop smoking. It's bad for you. This is cutscene of Linus teaching you can dig in the trash. I've already been doing that. I don't need to be taught that. Okay. Well, you. I don't need to be taught trash diving. I have mastered it already. You know, for a bad luck day, I didn't actually pick up too much trash. That's interesting. You're supposed to get more trash on bad luck days, but if it doesn't want to give me more trash on, I'm not really going to complain about that. You did. Really? Apples, there's strawberries. You know, I think I'll just go ahead and save the strawberries. I suppose I could plant it now, but it's an extra spot for watering that I just don't really feel like particularly dealing with. Um, I want to say I said really because I don't remember saying your name, but I don't remember what I said. Can't think of any particular reason I would have said your name. It probably doesn't help that the R sound is one of the ones I had to go for speech therapy for, and I still have issues with it, and it's one of those ones I notice very easily. I really wish I could ignore, but unfortunately, that's what they train you to do in speech therapy is notice every single little mistake you make when you're talking. Every single one. Hey, Willie, give me the rod. Yeah, I know. I know. And to be fair, that's not the sound effect that I tend to be the most touchy on. Um, because it's harder for me to notice when I'm screwing that one up. But it's still a case of I hear these these things I've been trained to hear way more than I wish I did. Boy, I'm having no luck with these catfish. I would have never guessed that was a catfish. Not in a million years. I think I'm going to upgrade my pick tomorrow. I should have the money for it. If I don't, I've royally screwed up today. It'll let me dive faster into the mines, but I also want to spend time trying to get higher fishing for a very specific purpose. But I would need level 10 fishing for that. And more money, because... But if it works out very well in my favor. And if I don't catch a second catfish, I'm definitely going to do it, because RNG doesn't like me today. Well, the fish RNG doesn't like me today. The fact that I got an ancient seed on the third. Can't really complain about RNG after that. And considering I know at the very least I need, with the animal bundle, I do need chickens and cows. I think the goal of earning money over dungeon diving is probably a better one. I'll have to think about that. Because I need to be in the mines anyway, because I'll need rock for what I want. I need to be deep enough for iron so I could be able to upgrade my tools. So at the very least, getting to the iron level, getting to level 40, as quickly as I can is the best option, which will be easier if I've upgraded the pick. So yeah, I'm going to upgrade the pick. Well, I can't go mining while that's going on. I can spend the days trying to catch the rest of the um, seaweed I need to make fish. So if I'm lucky in the process of all this, I'll pick up 25 gold ore uh, to be able to upgrade a tool to gold. I don't expect that. Potentially I could buy it, I suppose. But that's more of a longer term idea. Of course, none of this matters if I end up dropping this farm because I end up going on a multiplayer farm, but it's still things I think about in general. Just what direction do I want to go to try and get myself going? I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking this. Well, that's just what I do in general. Failed that one miserably. This is the catfish. I don't care how nice you are now. I saw that twitchy little mess you were doing up there. I think I have one of those, so it doesn't matter. Where are the brains? I'm so confused. Well, I suppose right now may not be late enough. I didn't check the board. Does it have anything anyway? That's easy. That's a fall fish. I'm not sure what it says about me that I remember that fact off the top of my head. Probably because if everything goes to plan, that's literally the last fish you. That's the fish you're waiting on to get that level done. Yeah, I still. Okay. Hello to you too. Got the worst thing that could happen. Over there, hiding in the shadows, acting like you own this place. Oh, right. I'm so used to actually making a female character. I'm not used to getting the cookies from mom. One of those weird little quirks and actually affects the speed run of all things that the male characters get cookies from mom, the female characters get money from dad. So if you're trying to be efficient, be a girl. Don't know what that says about things, but that's the truth. Drop you off. Drop you off. How do you make this thing? What's that? Weird. No, it's Wednesday. That's not good. Trying to make sure I have everything so I don't have to make 50 trips back and forth. We'll inevitably learn I have forgotten something and make 50 trips back and forth. I don't care. I'm talking to you anyway. You can't stop me. Hi, Morris. Bye, Morris. Don't actually care about you, Morris. Whatever. Clint, man! I'm actually giving you money to do stuff. What do I need? I am going to get my pick back, right? Is that a thing I have to be worried about now? Don't particularly need those yet, but I can pick them up. Yeah, I'm noticing when the mod would stop the time just because this little X is showing up here. I'm glad it showed me that. It's actually showing me it's working, because otherwise I would have never found out, because I've yet to test the multiplayer pause mod. And for all I know, it doesn't actually work. And I'm not going to be super concerned if it doesn't work. I'm going to be annoyed, but not concerned. It does lower the amount of time you have to do stuff. Sort of. Let me see you bubbles down there. I just don't care. I don't want your bubbles. I'm fishing in this rock. Been an awkward time to lag there, game. Long seaweed. Not even seaweed. Do you need another 2 seaweed, though? Oh, I suppose I need more than 2 seaweed. I need 2 seaweed to start. Which, of course, means I will now only catch fish. Because that's just how fishing works. You need something, you never see it again. Really, though, I would like some more seaweed, please. The heck fish is that? Oh, is this that stupid starfish the mod added? I will never find out. Oh, thank you. Can you give me another one? Well, that worked. If you think you're being funny, game, I'm not complaining. Apparently, I can only fish on bad luck days, though. Like, I will not be in the slightest bit upset if you keep giving me seaweed. Saves me a whole bunch of hassle. Level, that doesn't really matter. Okay, that was a fish. That was definitely a fish. Oh, hey, look, that's enough for a fish pond all on its own. I do wish I could more consistently get the sea jellies, because those are actually very good for early game fishing. Well, early game being relative, they don't mesh with the beginner fishing rod. But anything that gives you more levels in fishing does increase the size of your fishing rod. I don't care how annoying you are, I want the chest. So even as minor as a +1 fishing sounds, it's still a larger bar for catching fish. It is the stupid starfish. To finish out my day, I something has broken all the walking animations in these mods. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure I'm that worried. It's kind of funny. Guess was it doesn't break all of them, it just breaks some of them. And as poor as it's going to be, I'm going to see. Actually, not waste my time. I'm going to talk to people. Maybe I've talked to some of you already. Hi, Marnie. Ah, yes, my cat is shy. It's already started taking over my bed. I do not have a TV set. What is this TV you speak of? Wait, I do have a TV set. What am I talking about? It just does not get very many channels. Game. Well, that's all I was expecting. That's what I was waiting for. Surprised the music's playing considering it's this late and the music probably cuts off randomly at 6. Not gonna complain. Of course, I'm going to go in here and the music will stop. River view. Ocean. The other 3 aren't available in the spring. So once the ad starts proper, which won't be for another minute, I am going to step away for a moment. I don't know if watching it finishing the day before that happens, but if nothing else, I need a refill moment. I forgot to put that in. You, I don't care. You can go in there for now. Iron can go over here. So I'm going to be right back. Let the ads run. They should be starting. Yeah, they're starting in a couple seconds. I'll be back. I I almost pressed stop streaming instead of the button to go back to the actual stream page. So I was actually wrong. That fishing level is actually really important in terms of fishing. Let's see, because what? Am I just not high? Oh, yeah, it's this. Plus X, I can go ahead and plant some more stuff. And generally speaking, stopping stream is for when you're done streaming. Or when the internet decides it wants to die and not let you stream anymore. Yeah, I think streaming this was the right idea. Needed the chance to relax, so I'm just chill with something nice and simple, and I need more bait. I now have more bait. I think my biggest issue with with these very fishing focused ways I end up playing is that it makes very specifically, my foraging feel like it's just not being kept up properly, which I will work on that as well, because I do want to I'm going to be upgrading my axe with, as well as the pick. Especially since I don't happen to have enough iron to upgrade the pick. If I did, I'd upgrade the pick again. Having an iron pick on floor 20 in the mines would be hilarious. Just not happening. So once I pick up my pick, I'll swap it with the axe and then go mining. See if I can quickly dash my way to the 40s. Excuse me. And therefore have access to iron. Wonder if one of these days, just for the hell of it, I should try speedrunning vanilla perfection, because I know it's possible to get perfection. Like before 1.6, you could earn perfection on the last day of. Where the fuck am I going? Sorry. You could actually get perfection on the last day of winter. Winter 28 was the earliest you could earn perfection. That has actually moved up because of addition added with 1.6, and there's a book you can buy that will teach you all the recipes. You normally have to wait for the TV to show. So, I don't think that's something I'd actually do, mostly because I just I think about this a lot. I've seen people do that, And I just don't think I could personally go that route. But that's partially because it ends up with like hundreds of kegs scattered all throughout the town. Because you don't have room for them on your farm, but you also need them to actually get the money fast enough. It's just not really my way of doing things. Well, I will put some kegs out and about. I prefer to have them more not literally everywhere. And you can't even do that. With the mods I have on, perfecting would take even longer. Just because it's a character who doesn't show up until year 3 anyway. So while it'd be potentially a fun idea, I just don't think I'd do it ever. Maybe multiplayer, if I was playing with someone who was agreeing to do it, I'd do it. And again, that's kind of a case of splitting up duties to make it easier. So I do know if you're really good at speedrunning it, it's actually possible to finish the community center before the first winter. Which does mean that you've actually collected all the winter forage before winter ever shows up. And that one, I do know how it works. It's a silly way of going about things again. So that is one that I would potentially do given the chance. I just rarely unlock the greenhouse before winter. Especially with the vanilla ones, because I tend to not go for the gold star crops early enough. That's entirely on me. That's something that should be easy, and I just don't properly. Speed up tomorrow, right? Yeah. One thing I will say does make fishing easier on the controller is that the controller vibrates when you hook something, so it's very easy to react to that. It's just overall, I've gotten so used to a bunch of the mods that I use that it feels good a lot. I suppose if people prefer we could do multiplayer without the mods, the biggest issue to me with that is actually the lack of space. Which isn't a huge deal. It's just, again, more space means if people want to do their own thing, there's more room for them to do it. Reminds me, I wanted to test something once I'm done here. Actually, train of thought. Want to check that now. There's something added by the mods and something I generally don't do a whole lot with. There's an entire set of fields over here, but it will not let you add an actual house. However, I'm fairly certain, I'm actually going to look this up. Bed. Thank you. I'm pretty sure this is changed. I swear that's changed. Where are the... I'm trying to remember. I could be completely wrong, but I seem to remember there being a change where you could put a bed in any building and sleep in it. Which isn't a huge thing, but it does mean that... Okay, 1 second. Bed. Yes. 1.6.9. You can now place beds and sleep inside any constructed building that allows furniture. Okay. So what that means is that... I'm actually at this point going to literally be wasting time. But that's okay. Actually, while I'm here, I mentioned turning off the being able to see the money. That's because this exists. If we work our way... I know you showed up here, Olivia. Yeah, I used to work for Joka. There is way out over here. And this isn't super convenient for everything, but there is this giant field of space. Yeah, that you can actually farm on. That potentially people could literally move out here with that change, set up a bed here in a... they can't have the player house, but they could put a cabin out here, set up a bed, and start like using all of this land for themselves. So there's so much extra room comparatively to what vanilla has to offer for multiplayer. And for single player, however, this is just, I do not use this space. Could I use it? Probably. Will I? Probably not. I've started putting like fish ponds out there, things that with the mods I can sort of ignore. But there's not a whole lot of those. Hi. The biggest concern with that area is, at least for now, at this point, is that it's a very long walk. So people would have to be okay with it being out there. And it'd be a choice anyway. But it being able to sleep out there makes the area in general just more useful because, hey, you could just have a building out there, have a bed, and sleep. It'd be fine. Demetrius, I literally can't take care of that. It's neither raining today nor tomorrow. So I'm just going to toss you here for now. Yeah, I may as well use the rest of my energy getting some logs. I will always be needing wood. I may as well break these along. Potato, one of the spring ones? Oh, it was. Okay, so that's just a bit sillier than it should be. I really did not pet the cat. How could I do such a thing? How could I have forgotten to pet the cat? Why are you flashing at me? Excuse you. Susan, new Rod and Willie, egg festivals tomorrow. That's marginally awkward, but okay. No, I'm not going to. Just back there. Because I actually need the money. For the egg store. Really? You come with me. Or if things can go remotely the way I want it to, I'm going to need it. If they don't, oh well. Did things a little out of order, but that's fine. Now I'm just annoyed. So the form I've been playing on my Switch actually needs one of these for a fish pond, which of course means I haven't seen one at all. And I'm going to donate it, and it's going to pop up being something I need to do. I just know it is. That's how this game works. Did I grab this? Yes. I know that was a little strange. Victor will occasionally just give you a gold bar. I don't actually know what triggers that particular conversation. Yes, I've just had this letter about that. So honestly, I do appreciate that cutscene being added, considering there's a character that was added up there, because otherwise it just makes it seem like they just completely ignored the fact that someone's trapped up there. That was... But you know, there's a mod that I'm aware of existing that um actually makes the mines easier. It's probably not one I would add unless people playing multiplayer really want it. Because there's a mod that will actually show you where the stairs are in the mines, which to me does feel a bit more cheaty than anything. At least in my opinion. It's just kind of one of those I'm aware this exists, but personally would never use it thing. That one I would have to find and actually put in the list. For would appreciate if I actually got the rest of the other dwarf scrolls, but can't get most of them yet. Oh, you are over here. See, I don't know why Concerned Ape decided that the cave music needed to be this relaxing. I'm not complaining, because it's music I like. It's just you expect the one place where you really do combat to be a bit more not calm. Why won't you give me a crab? My inventory seems to be full. Yeah, that's okay. I've got stuff I can get rid of if I need to. That was a good shot. Well, that's good news. But yes, I do consider a dagger I will never use more useful than those stupid, um, whatever the hell it's called. The fertilizer. It's not even fertilizer, it's retaining soil. These are the worst floors in the entire game. Anyone who says otherwise is lying or has managed to get a glow ring. The part that's really annoying about these floors is there is actually a crafted glow ring that you can't even get until after you've completed these ones. Okay, I do actually want to pick that up. And it is possible to get a glow ring before this point. I know the chest on floor 20 for the remix mine has a chance for a glow ring, for instance. It's not guaranteed. And I just don't. Any food stuff? God, at least this. I know, I can't say. Oh, thank God. I can't say I've seen anyone who actually likes those particular floors. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone just absolutely adores those floors and spends all their time there. I think they're crazy if they do, but that's good for them. Oh, God. Oh, right. I still need to turn that in. Now, the beginnings of a chest monster already. Certainly not surprised about that. Ooh, look at all that money I got. All that absolutely nothing. Oh, good. It's a little bit lucky today. Just what we needed. And I comment on the luck for the day because it's a festival day, and therefore luck basically doesn't matter. Okay. I thought that was a more perfect fit. I guess I was wrong. Oh well. I walked back here. Best use of my money. Strawberries. Which does fall under one of those cases of I need to not make judgments for the group by myself, because I think people might be upset if I spent all of the money on strawberries. Yeah, I know Willie went wandering off this way. Lewis, who I can't talk to, I won't talk to, Wizard who will not be here. Martin, Claire, and Morris are all not here. I will say the egg hunt is a little interesting in multiplayer. I don't tend to engage with it properly. Because it actually lowers the number of eggs you need to win, but doesn't actually increase the number of eggs that exist on the map at any given time. So, at least as far as I know, it doesn't. Now, if you can actually plan it out so that everyone can consistently win, it's actually a fairly good way of doing things because after the first year, whoever wins gets a ticket instead of the hat. As far as I know, if everyone wins together, everyone gets the hat. But I've never actually specifically tried that. I suppose it'd be an interesting way to go about. It'd be something you'd want to test more than just doing. Because I've never tested. I don't know if that's actually the case. It wouldn't be particularly hard to test because obviously you can just reset the day once you do it. And this is not that far into the season. Like, because if it's actually the case, according to the wiki, you only need 4 per person in multiplayer, which feels insanely little. But if that's actually the case, getting multiple people to win wouldn't be that hard. Hi, Willie. How's it going? Wonder if the other contest works that way. I'm going to check that real quick. I may need to actually search for the right thing, though. You could do it for that. It doesn't change the number of fish you need to catch. See, it seems like we may have overthought doing multiplayer festivals a little bit. Oh well. That's okay. Now, they did cost all my money for those 55 strawberries seeds, but that's honestly actually worth it. Even if I'm going to regret the amount of watering I'm going to have to do. Oh, I've done worse to myself on the watering front. Definitely done worse to myself. My fault. I only need another 5 levels in the mines. Easy enough. Okay, fine. I'll go give her a birthday gift. So she's wanting to get out of the bloody room. I don't remember when she leaves her room. I don't care if it's fair to the kids or not. I won that fair and square. Do you not leave till like noon? I'm trying to be nice and give you a birthday present, woman. Get out of there. Now we're off to the mines. And these flowers are everywhere today. Everywhere. Ooh, my. I'm actually sitting up nicely right now. Turtle! But I will take the turtle to the head. Yeah. I really need to find more things for people to use their points on.
You probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
At some point, I'm going to actually have to play that game on stream, so there's a context for that, because I haven't yet. You know, I'm pretty sure most people who watch me stream have context for that, but still one of those train of thought, wait a second. I haven't actually played that game on stream yet. My question would be, why? What is the plan for that? Am I going to pick up Subnautica and play it like that? Ah. I see. I missed. The problem is, I don't know how easy it is to recolor this in this particular recolor things used in this particular program. But I am not an artist or a rigger of any sort, so that is stuff for people who are much better at it than I am, which is basically everybody. Stairs, please. Why? Why is it always this floor that has to be a pain in the ass? Oh my god, there's stairs here. I don't even want that chest. Good news is, I've made it to the floors I want to be at. Yes, I will sacrifice a bit of copper for that. Thank you. That is actually enough to upgrade to one thing to steal. 15 does. I think 15 is the only one that does. Really? I didn't think I had killed enough already. Okay. Not going to complain about that one. This is a trick that does not actually work properly in multiplayer. It does, but it's kind of touchy. I mean, not like it isn't touchy doing it normally, but that's definitely not the floor I wanted. Thank you kindly. So, I'm going to skip this cutscene. Going to fight with an insect head! Buffed in 1.6 to actually be an amazingly viable weapon. I probably should have sold my sword while I was in there. But since I have two of them on me. But yeah, I go from 8 to 18 to 20 to 30. The insect head is really good. It's used. No. Okay. Honestly, at the point where I think the smartest thing for me to do is spend a day organizing. My stuff is a mess. Oh, it's salmonberry season. Right. It's not safe to ignore salmonberry season. There's a chance. Actually, I would have. Would I have seen that one by now? There are two remix community center bundles that end up needing salmonberries. One needs 50 and one needs 10. No, I wouldn't have seen either of them. I don't think. I'm pretty sure they're both bulletin board ones. There. So at the very least, I need to make a bit of a loop to collect some. Fortunately, my gathering is not really at a good place for that, but I don't rightfully have much of a choice in the matter. A scythe for that. Axe go there. Cool. This will help my gathering too, because that gives a little bit of experience. So we'll actually going around and picking things up. You know, the proper way to little foraging. I don't actually know if there's enough bushes in here to make this the smart idea. There's a few here and there. It's not a terrible option, at least. The fact that none of them have had any berries on it's a bit unfortunate situation, but really? Just not gonna have any berries out here? Did the bear eat them all? I've been outmaneuvered by a very hungry bear. No, seriously, do berries not show up out here? I know that generally speaking, this first day has the lowest number of berries, but this is a bit ridiculous. Okay, berries do exist out here. They just don't like me today. Understood. Yep, there's sewer stuff. I feel like we need to discuss things with whoever's letting their kids play in front of the sewers. I'm not sure if that's a I mean, logically, that'd be Marnie and Jody. It also depends on if Penny was supposed to be keeping an eye out on them. I do know is they're not my kids. It's not my job. I put Robin's X back here. Oh, I need to talk to the wizard. Oh, I'm glad I looked at that. What's up? Here, you can have this. Wizard, I wish for payment for services. I'm going to assume this cutscene's still the same, but I honestly don't remember, so I'll let it run. Books. Journal updated for what? Ancient fruit. Yeah, I planted some. Like, none of this conversation's different. Be gentle with the books, got it. Oh, apparently that count is talking to him. Okay. I definitely didn't talk to you about the Dougies, but we'll accept that. Really, not a good berry day. Never mind checking those trash cans. Yeah, I was gonna say, are there any berries out here? It's an interesting train of thought. I know I'm kind of backtracking the conversation. Hi. No, I don't want to fish there right now. To be honest, fishing off that bridge is kind of a nuisance. But the idea of recoloring this look to see what it looks like, it probably won't help for Olenia because she very much has a specific look going for her. But it makes me curious about other things. And I know Olenia would not be satisfied with just a recolored version of me to try and be her. And I do not blame her for that. Can I shove you in a thing? No, it's not. We agree that, like, we do agree that she needs her own look. We are still working on that. Well, mostly she is, but um, obviously we've been a little set back with that plan because of things a little bit beyond my control. Yeah, I would not make her use a recolored version of myself because it doesn't fit at all, and we both understand that completely. That's not a thing that's ever going to happen. How much wood do I have? My goodness. Time being, I'm going to set you as need to save for town. So also put all the weapons that I don't need. Not you. Do I have? You come out. You can go in. I need more wood. That's stupid. I need more of a lot of things. Hmm. What's the smartest order for doing this? I think I'll do it. You in, you out, you in. I need that to water things tomorrow. So it'll be time for trying to look at that. Now this is also part of why I have this tendency not to have my villagers very high, because I tend to not talk to them. I have other things I want to be doing, like earning money. That cannot stay. Hold on, that takes two. Okay. Can, but it's not actually going to give it that effect. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad that works. So I don't know if I could have reached those berries otherwise. I actually like today is I'm not necessarily going to go deeper into the mines, but I want iron. Also, still going to break these open. I mean, going deeper is just a bonus side effect. This is not cool. If I can get enough iron on hand to make upgrading both the pick and the axe doable, so I did another 21 if I remember how much iron I had. Then the next course of action would be to spend time fishing to actually get money to do all that. But frankly, until I have the iron to do it, there's no real point to getting the money. I mean, there is, but it makes more sense to get the money. Prepared ahead of time. Get the iron prepared ahead of time. And then I can just go fishing until I get the money. As you think about it, I really need another foraging level. I still can't make tappers, and I'm going to need that. 50 is generally a good floor to get to for these ones, for the same reason that 12 is a useful floor. 52 is another one of the ones that are guaranteed has a minecart in it, but that also, the particular floor has a guaranteed staircase on it. So it makes it easier to go through floors quickly when you're looking for ores or enemies or things like that. Because you're guaranteed not having to dig up all the random rocks just trying to find stairs. Still have to do it for 51, obviously, but anything making that last floor a little bit quicker. I will have enough iron. Excellent. Get back here and die. It's just that ability to cycle floors quickly matters more in the ice floors than any of the other ones, in my opinion. Just because of the Slayer goals for slaying the little puffballs is honestly one of the best things in the game. Shrimp enthusiast shirts. No. I mean, I'll keep it, but no, I'm not going to wear it. I don't want that. You and Sep. Got basically everything I wanted out of that set of floors for today, so that worked out nicely. Even got a coffee bean. Early enough that I could actually use it. How those ended up in two different chests, I have no idea. Grab you, grab you. Sorry, I just love that particular animation. Like, I do like the dogs. I just think the cat's animations are more entertaining. Thanks for the money, Gus. Yeah. Something caught in my throat. First, I gave him that bream, and now I had to fish up another bream to put in the community center, but it's still worth it. Breams are not particularly hard to catch. That's not. That's right. This will be a good time for fishing anyway. I do want to try and burst my way to 10 if I can. Say I need, what, 12,000 total gold to get the pick and axe to where I want them to be. It's gonna take a bit. What do you have a good amount of? I want to keep making sure I have enough coal for making something. Once my farming level's high enough, which I don't think it is. Because that'll help with money too. It's Wednesday. Can't. Actually, I think what I should do today is get more wood because I need more chests. Clear up more of this nonsense. The trees specifically. Dang, sucks. Yeah, I have to get wood. This is not a case of I can put it off too much longer. I have to get more wood. I don't even know if this actually works. I'm just trying to see. No. I didn't think so, but frankly, it doesn't hurt to try. I have in here was exactly what I was looking for, but that would work. It's here then. Yes, I have bread. Best food in the game, trash bread. Not even particularly kidding about that. I mean, I am somewhat because A, there's obviously better foods, and even in terms of just pure getting energy back, there are better options. But it's hard to go wrong with trash bread anyway. Trying to eat the bread. Please not shake the tree with it. Fine. Like, I know here you can actually sneak a chest here, and with the automate mod, it'll automatically start picking the apples when the time comes. The likelihood of you not having access to that tree by that point's pretty slim, but it is a thing you can do with some of them. Do I think it's 30 total? I think I might be able to. Yeah, my count's not terrible. So this garbage out. Now, I know this would have been faster to get the upgrade axe first, then start chopping the wood. I need the chests. Like, I need the access to the wood. Okay, let's start with this. Most of this will end up being moved again later anyway. Oh, you're right. That is bundles. Let's go in there. Spring. Spring. Oh, spring. You should get that chest. Oh, wait. No. Wait. Come here, you. I forgot about energy. I totally forgot about paying attention to my energy before I did that. That could have been Very dumb. I'm actually gonna make one more chest. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll do it that way. I hear a cat out there. Oh my goodness, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours already. When did that happen? Ah, it's the shoot. Almost forgot about that. Again, usually I remember because I am running around trying to collect salmon berries. I was not sure that was going to still be there. That rabbit happened to run into a bush that had berries in it. That worked out interestingly. No, I got half a month in today. I think I did pretty good. Will I remember what I was doing when I picked this up again? Who knows? I should probably leave myself a note, actually. That would be a good idea. Get off my keyboard. Good way to leave yourself notes. Make signs. I really should remember to do that more often, because I'm pretty sure there were numerous times when I streamed this last where my reaction was getting on and going, what the fuck was I doing? I didn't check to see what this was. I mean, I guess I could take it. Not particularly where I'd want to go fishing, but it's not a rainy day. It doesn't make a huge difference. Assuming I remember that that's even a quest I'm sitting on. Come on. Come on. I want to see what you give me. Come on. Come on. Work faster. Can't say I'm too surprised. That's the more common option. What? You don't want to talk to me at 11:30 at night? Especially considering you're one of the people up at the crack of dawn to go to work? Can't imagine why you wouldn't want to. Everyone loves talking to the farmer, though. The farmer's your friend. Earned a little money. Let's see who is streaming that we could raid out into, though. A lot of people are streaming right now. Oh my goodness. Um, but who should I raid into? No, I'm not sure the last time I actually raided into Kilda. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. No, do not run the ad right now. Waiting. So we're going to go ahead and raid into Kilda. Do my usual raid message. I should be back Friday with Final Fantasy 16. The way I felt today, that's not a promise. But we'll figure out one way or the other. I'll be raiding to Kilda. I will be back streaming at some point with something. That's the best I can say. I am trying to keep my Monday, Wednesday, Fridays going for the time being. How long that'll last, I don't know. But whatever the case may be, I will see y'all later. Train of thought gone. Just completely gone. Go me.